come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Kolker,
Excused.
Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Priola,
Excused.
Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Simpson, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story,
Here.
Winter, Woodward, Zenzinger. Call Coker Priola again. I did. Yeah. Coker and Priola. Coker. I saw him earlier. I haven't seen Priola though.
Yep, 238.
Bridges is over there.
Here, do you want me to call real quick? Yeah, I have two.
Kolker.
Hi, where are you? Executive committee. All right, call Priola. Call Priola. Thank you.
Priola.
Here are the other two committee reports.
Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We have a quorum. Will the good senator from Loveland please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning, colleagues. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Monday, May 2nd, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
May 3rd, 2022, correctly printed Senate Bill 238, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 40, 69, 70, 80, 85, 134, 151, 161, 186, 187, 206, 207, 210, 225, 226, 233, 235, and 236, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bill 81, 163, 196, 199, 211, 216, 219, 220, 222, 230, and 227, correctly revised House Bills 1285 and 1317, House Joint Resolution 1019, correctly re-revised House Bill 1055, 1067, 1114, 1137, 1301, 1316, 1319, 1351, 1368, 1371, and 1373, correctly enrolled Senate Bill 18 and 99.
Committee reports.
May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1122 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with a favorable recommendation. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1233 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1007 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1012 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1159 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favorable recommendation. House Bill 1305 be postponed indefinitely. May 2nd, 2022, the Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1398 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 205 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1269 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1314 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1287 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. May 3rd, 2022, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 172 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 179 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Concurrent Resolution 1003 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1010 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1014 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1042 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1052 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1056 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1091 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1120 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1146 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation that be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1215 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1220 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1235 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1260 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation and it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1267 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1278 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1284 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1289 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1290 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1304 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1310 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1318 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1320 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1325 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1349 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1352 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1359 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1382 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with a recommendation be placed on the consent calendar.
Are we done with committee reports? I'm going to make the announcement about specials for 243.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, you will see Senate Bill 234 listed because it was laid over on special orders. That will be made a part of the special orders calendar for later today. So just a heads up. So we will be moving directly into third reading.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles to all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 80, Senator Donovan, Representative Roberts, concerning a duty of the Division of Fire Prevention and Control to conduct wildland fire investigations and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 34, Senators Henriksen and Quorum, Representative Escar, concerning a general fund transfer to the Colorado State Fair Authority cash fund to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 210 by Senators Zenzinger and Cook, Representatives Lantine, concerning the regulation of supplemental healthcare staffing agencies by the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith requiring supplemental healthcare staffing agencies to report data to the Department of Labor and Employment and requiring the Department of Public Health and Environment to report to the General Assembly, to the Governor and the Attorney General's office concerning caps or other methods of regulating service rates and rates charged to healthcare facilities and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 226, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rankin, Representative Mullica, concerning measures to support the healthcare workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 236, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representative McCluskey and Ransom, concerning the review of Medicaid provider rates.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which includes Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 210, Senate Bill 226, and Senate Bill 236.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be ever so grateful if you would record me as a no vote on Senate Bill 134.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 134. Senator Lundin.
Good morning, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 134.
Senator Lundin will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 134. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 80 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Simpson, Woodward, Liston, Bridges, Rodriguez, Lee, Hansen, Gonzalez, Buckner, Henriksen, Janal, Hawkes Lewis, Rankin, Priola, Story, Pedersen. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 134 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Simpson, Sonnenberg, Bridges, Hawkes Lewis. Majority Leader Moreno. Fields. Donovan. Please add the President. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 210 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Janal, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 226 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Janal, Henriksen, Bridges, Hansen, Rodriguez. Majority Leader Moreno. Buckner, Kolker, Donovan, Fields, Coleman, Story, Simpson, please add the President. Gonzalez. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 236 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Smallwood, Priola, Woodward, Bridges, Lundin, Quorum, Donovan, Heisey, Majority Leader Moreno, Henriksen, Fields, Rodriguez, Colker, Gonzalez, Janal, Gardner, Buckner, Lee, Pedersen, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the record to show that I would like to be recorded as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 210.
The record will show that Senator Smallwood would like to be a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 210. And we will also add him as a co-sponsor on 210. Look what you started. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be added as a co-sponsor to Senate Bill 210 and Senate Bill 226.
Senator Pedersen will be added as a co-sponsor on 210 and 226.
I'm going to lay over the first one.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1218 to tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1218 until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1218 will be laid over until tomorrow. Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1317?
House Bill 1317, Representative Tipper, Senator Bridges, concerning restrictive employment agreements.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move 1317 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1317. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Simpson, Liston, Scott, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Coram, Woodward, Rankin, Heisey, Priola, Smallwood. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1317 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Rodriguez, will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1285?
House Bill 1285, Representatives Neville and Esgar, Senators Moreno and Cook, concerning a prohibition against a hospital taking certain debt collection actions against a patient if the hospital is not in compliance with hospital price transparency laws.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move House Bill 1285 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1285. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1285 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rodriguez, Donovan, Henriksen, Janal, Danielson, Colker, Story, Zenzinger, Pedersen, Winter, Fields, Gonzalez, Buckner, Lee, Minority Leader Holbert, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Sonnenberg, Coram, Woodward, Rankin, Priola, Scott, please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 69?
Senate Bill 69, Senator Story, Representative McLaughlin, and Froelich, concerning the use of student academic measures in evaluating the performance of licensed personnel for the 2021, 22, and 2022, 23 school years, and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 69. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Rankin, Kirkmeyer, Corum, Simpson, Gardner, Liston, Lundin, Minority Leader Holbert, Cook, Scott, Woodward, Priola, Smallwood, Heisey. With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 69 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Kolker, Danielson, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Buckner, Pedersen, Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 70?
Senate Bill 70, Senator Bridges, Representative McLaughlin and McCleskey, concerning licensed personnel performance evaluations in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 70 on third reading and final passage, and apologies, colleagues, I ask for permission for a very technical third reading amendment that was brought to me this morning. Sincere apologies, everyone.
The question before the body is Senator Bridges' request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no.
Thanks, Don. Thank you.
The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L008?
Amendment L0.
Amendment L008 by Senator Bridges, amend Gross Bill, page 13, line 27, after of, insert the school year following.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's the whole amendment of the school year following. We're just explicitly making clear what it is that we intended to make clear originally. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges, can you move the amendment?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry. I move L008 and ask for an aye vote, even from the majority leader.
Senator Kolker.
Do you speak on the bill?
Yeah.
Or no, the amendment.
Oh, the amendment. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Seeing no discussion, the motion is for the adoption of L008 to Senate Bill 70. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment is passed.
Thank you.
To the bill, Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, I went down to the well to get my fair share of abuse. I was saying we're going to vent my frustration, and if we don't, I was going to blow a 50-amp fuse. You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. And that's what this bill does. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I used lyrics. I'm happy to hear that this is what you need. Ask for an aye vote. Years of negotiation on this. I think for most people out there, it is especially for our teachers what it is they need right now. So for our teachers, for our students, ask for an aye vote.
I'm not familiar with that song, Senator Bridges. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 70. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 70 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Fields, Majority Leader Moreno, Buckner, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 85?
Senate Bill 85, Senators Corum and Zenzinger, Representative McLaughlin and Catlin, concerning creating the Colorado Safe Student Protection Program.
Seeing no motion on the table.
Move it.
Senator Corum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 85. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 85. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 85 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Cook, Pedersen, Janal, Scott, Rankin, Simpson, Danielson, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Smallwood, Story, Heisey, Minority Leader Holbert, Kolker. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 151?
Senate Bill 151, Senators Danielson and Story, Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning the creation of a cash fund for use by the Department of Transportation to fund projects that provide safe road crossings for connectivity of wildlife and thereby reduce wildlife vehicle collisions.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 151 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Priola.
Members, I rise in strong support of this bill, and I want to tell you, I've supported this in the past. In the House, there was a similar bill, but I want to tell you a personal story relating to this. My wife and I were coming back from California last summer. I believe it was last summer. And as we like to do with having a bunch of kids, we like to drive through the night. And luckily, at 4 a.m., we were coming up on Frisco, and I was paying attention, didn't have my face on my phone. Actually, the car wasn't driving, I was driving, and my wife was awake because we were talking. We missed a bull moose by feet going full speed on I-70. So this is a bill that will not only save wildlife, but will also help save lives. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 151. Are there any no votes? Senators Lundin, Cook, Sonnenberg, Smallwood, Woodward, Scott, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 151 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Donovan, Majority Leader Moreno, Priola, Hanson, Bridges, Rodriguez, Kolker, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Winter. Please add the President. Liston, Rankin, Fields,
That's where the music's coming.
Pedersen, Buckner, Lee. We'll just wait here until we get all 35. Just kidding. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 161?
Senate Bill 161, Senators Danielson and Jaquez Lewis, Representatives Duran and Froelich, concerning the modernization of procedures for the enforcement of laws governing the employer-employee relationship and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 161 on third reading and final passage and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 161. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Lundin, Gardner, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Heisey, Coram, Rankin, Lundin, Smallwood,
It's a good
Viola, Woodward, Scott, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert.
I loved hearing the Rolling Stones. That was funny.
With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 161 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hanson, Rodriguez, Story, Lee, Majority Leader Moreno, Kolker, Pedersen, Buckner, Gonzalez, Janal, Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 186?
Senate Bill 186, Senators Janal and Simpson, Representatives Mullica and McKean, concerning the creation of a council to advise the state about issues relating to persons living with rare diseases and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 186 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 186. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Minority Leader Holbert, Lundin, Rankin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Woodward, Heisey. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 186 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Buckner, Fields, Kolker, Lee, Cook, Scott, Jaquez Lewis, Coram, Zenzinger. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 206?
Senate Bill 206, Senator Fenberg, Representative of Mobile, concerning resources for disaster preparedness and recovery and in connection therewith creating the Disaster Resilience Rebuilding Program, the Sustainable Rebuilding Program, the Office of Climate Preparedness, and making an appropriation.
President Fenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 206 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. No, I'm on the wrong part of this. Are there any no votes on Senate Bill 206? Senators Cook, Liston, Simpson, Gardner, Minority Leader Holbert, Senators Lundin, Heisey, Scott and Person, Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Coram, Woodward, Rankin, Smallwood. I know. With a vote of 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 206 is passed. Co-sponsors on Senate Bill 206, Senators Fields, Gonzalez, Winter, Buckner, Majority Leader Moreno, Senators Heinrichsen, Danielson, Pedersen, Lee, Zenzinger, Janal, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges, Kolker, Story. Please add Donovan. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 207?
Senate Bill 207, Senator Winter, Representative Bacon, concerning the prevention of Title IX misconduct on public school campuses and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 207.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 207. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Lundin, Coram, Rankin, Cook, Liston, Woodward, Gardner, Scott, Smallwood, Heisey, Simpson, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 22 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 207 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Lee, Danielson, Hansen, Gonzalez, Pedersen, Fields, Bridges, Buckner, Story, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Zenzinger, Kolker. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 225?
Senate Bill 225, Senators Zenzinger and Lister and Representatives Robertson Baisley concerning emergency medical services in the state and in connection therewith creating an emergency medical services system, sustainability task force and requiring ambulance services to obtain state license from the Department of Public Health and Environment and making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 225 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 225. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 225 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Rankin, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Story, Janal, Lee, Gonzalez, Smallwood, Hanson, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 233?
Okay.
Senate Bill 233, Senators Henriksen and Rodriguez, represented as Exum and Doherty, concerning an additional mechanism to refund excess state revenues for state fiscal year 2021 to 2022, only that provides refund in an identical amount to each qualified resident individual and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 233 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will ultimately be a no vote on 233. I find it unnecessary. The reality is it's the people's money. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights, not this General Assembly, not any political party, not any political season, demands this return of money to the people. So it's going back to the people one way or another. This bill is unnecessary. Seems odd a Republican would vote no on a tax refund, but the reality is this bill is not necessary. The tax refund would inure to the people's benefit, to their wallets, to their kitchen tables without this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of Senate Bill 233 and actually think it's very necessary. $400 for a single filer, $800 for a joint filer, in a time when we're dealing with unprecedented inflation in our state, to help those working families get by a little bit easier by advancing this payment. It is very, very necessary, and I encourage your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 233. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Simpson, Gardner, Lundin, Liston, Coram, Rankin, Smallwood, Priola, Cook, Minority Leader Holbert. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Jaquez Lewis, Hanson, Majority Leader Moreno, Danielson, Fields, Donovan, Kolker, Buckner, Pedersen, Winter, Zenzinger, Janal, Lee, Gonzalez, Story, please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 187?
Senate Bill 187, Senator Danielson, Representatives Cutter and Lindsay, concerning state assistance to programs that assist in attempting to locate persons who wander and in connection therewith restructuring a grant program that assists local governments or their designees in locating persons with medical conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, autism, brain injury, or developmental cognitive, neurological, or chromosomal disorders that may cause them to wander, and making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 187 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 187. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg, Liston, Minority Leader Holbert. Quorum. Rankin. Smallwood. Woodward. Kirkmeyer. Gardner. Lundin. Quorum. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 187 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Zenzinger, Winter, Janal, Kolker, Henriksen, Buckner, Fields, Donovan, Gonzalez, Pedersen, Lee, Jaquez Lewis, Story. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 235?
Senate Bill 235, Senators Rankin and Zenzinger, Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning county administration of public assistance programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 235 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 235. Are there any no votes? Senators Sonnenberg. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 235 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Kirkmeyer, Simpson, Janal, Kolker.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Tired.
Just okay?
Fine.
Just fine.
Pedersen.
Everything's fine.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 40?
Senate Bill 40, Senators Smallwood and Winter, Representatives Will and Lundin, concerning actuarial reviews of proposed legislation that may impose a new health benefit mandate on health benefit plans and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 40 on third reading, final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 40. Are there any no votes?
That's good. That's pretty good.
That's what happens when you get
Come
one
on.
solid.
Thanks, Dave.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 40 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Donovan, Hansen, Buckner, Minority Leader Holbert, Gardner, Jaquez Lewis, Cook, Lundin, Liston, Scott, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Kolker, Janal, Lee, Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the second reconsideration of House Bill 1243.
Members, as you know, this needs unanimous consent for this motion to pass. Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a lot of fun, and I participate in that fun Senate humor. Voting no on motions just like Rise and Report to be funny. We can't do that here. The rules are very clear. On a second motion to reconsider, the consent must be unanimous. If one member were to just jokingly say, no, it fails. When we look at House Bill 1243, it passed third reading, 34-0-1 excused, and then it was reconsidered, and it passed 33 yes and 2 no. If you are a no vote on House Bill 1243, feel free to vote no on repassage. This amendment, as I understand, is technical in nature. This is a House bill. It could go back to the House, but we can fix this here. I'll rely on the bill sponsors to clarify whether the bill has been amended, does it need to go concurrence and all that. I just want to speak to the motion, the second motion to reconsider. If you're a no vote on the bill, that's not this vote. If you deny this, I'm fairly confident it wouldn't kill the bill. I'll be supporting the motion and ask you to please vote aye on the motion to reconsider a second time.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify where this comes from. The sponsors were more than willing to change this from continuous appropriation to annual appropriation. As a result, in this iteration, through no fault of their own, the detailed technical language of the bill was not modified correctly. So they're cleaning that up through no fault of their own. So thank you.
The motion is for the second reconsideration of House Bill 1243. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted.
You have to read amendment.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the reconsideration of Amendment L010 to House Bill 1243.
The motion is for reconsideration of Amendment L10 to House Bill 1243. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L010 to House Bill 1243?
Amendment L010 by Senator Kolker, amend revised bill, page 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, members, we have to kill this amendment, L010, so we can correct what needs to be done. So I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment L10 to House Bill 1243. Are there any no votes?
No vote. You said no votes. You want to know? Yes. No votes.
I did say no votes. Senators Kolker, Henriksen, Majority Leader Moreno, Donovan, Hansen, Fields, Gonzalez, Danielson, Rodriguez, Buckner, Pedersen, Winter, Story, Minority Leader Holbert, Mundine, Gardner, Jaquez Lewis, Cook, Simpson, Heisey,
You want me to give him?
Kirkmeyer, Sonnenberg, Corum, Scott, Woodward, Rankin, Priola, Smallwood. Please add the president. Janal, Zenzinger, with 4 ayes, I don't know who you are, 31 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that amendment fails. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
The question before the body is Senator Henriksen's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Will the clerk please read Amendment L11?
Amendment L011, Senator Kolker, amend revised bill, page 6, line 2, insert.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this amendment corrects the language as was spoken about from the good senator from Carbondale, and I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L11.
Senator Henriksen, will you move the amendment?
I move Amendment L11 to House Bill 1243.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Rankin.
I urge an aye vote. This is what we originally intended, annual appropriation for the bill, and thanks to the sponsor for working through it.
The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L11 to House Bill 1243. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, L11 is passed. To the bill. Senator Kolker.
Just to ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1243. Thank you.
The motion before the body is the passage of House Bill 1243. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, House Bill 1243 is passed. Co-sponsors. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until the adjournment of the Appropriations Committee meeting.
The motion is to recess until after the Appropriations Committee has adjourned. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in recess. The Senate will come back to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a call of the Senate.
Call of the Senate has been moved and properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close the doors, allow no senators to leave, and return those who are absent from the chambers? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cook, Corum, Danielson, Donovan, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Heisey, Holbert, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Lee, Liston, Lundeen, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez,
Scott.
Here.
Simpson. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Story.
Here.
Winter. Woodward. Zenzinger. Bridges. Buckner. Cook. Danielson. Gardner. Gonzalez. Lundeen. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Bridges. Buckner. Danielson. Gonzalez. Lundeen. Smallwood. Sonnenberg. Buckner. Danielson. Gonzalez. Lundeen. Buckner. Danielson. Lundeen.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the call be raised.
The motion is to raise the call. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the call is raised. Committee reports.
May 3rd, 2022, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bill 238 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Conference committees to report.
First report of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 110. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on Senate Bill 110 concerning a requirement that a wind-powered energy generation facility be equipped with light mitigating technology has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following, that the Senate accede to the House amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Senate Committee, Kolker Chair, Hanson, Sonnenberg, Representatives Hooten Chair, Cutter, Pelton.
Message from the House.
May 3rd, 2022, the House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 12. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1011, amended as printed in House Journal April 28th and 29th, 2022. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes. House Bill 1256 and 1411, amended as printed in House Journal May 2nd, 2022.
Special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1403, Senate Bill 172, House Bill 1010, House Bill 1052, House Bill 1091, House Bill 1120, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1260, House Bill 1284, House Bill 1310, House Bill 1320, House Bill 1382, and House Bill 1398 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 11:23 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up all of those bills that the Majority Leader mentioned on special orders consent at the hour of 11:23 a.m. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes having that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 11:23 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders. Second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills in the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1403, Representative Judah, Senator Buckner, concerning a 3-month delay in the implementation of healthcare billing requirements for indigent patients established in House Bill 21-1198. Senate Bill 172, Senators Winter and Wankin, Representatives Roberts and Rich, concerning an initiative to increase the number of healthcare professionals practicing in Colorado's rural areas. House Bill 1010, Representatives Sirota and Van Beber, Senators Buckner and Kirkmeyer, concerning an income tax credit for eligible early childhood educators in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1052, Representatives McLaughlin and McKean, Senators Priola and Moreno, concerning promoting behavioral health crisis services to school-age students and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1091, Representatives Soper and Wiseman, Senators Gardner and Bridges, concerning the online availability of options issued by Colorado courts and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1120 by Representatives Van Winkle and Neville, Senators Woodward and Bridges, concerning the recreation of the school security disbursement program to provide funding for local education providers to implement school security improvements to prevent incidents of school violence. House Bill 1146, Representatives Larson and McCluskey, Senators Lundin and Kirkmeyer, concerning the investment of money in the public school fund. House Bill 1260, Representative Froelich, Senator Simpson and Fields, concerning ensuring students have reasonable access to medically necessary services in schools. House Bill 1284, Representatives Esgar and Catlin, Senators Gardner and Pedersen, concerning updates to state surprise billing laws to facilitate the implementation of surprise billing protections and in connection therewith, aligning state law with the Federal No Surprises Act and making an appropriation. House Bill 1310, Representatives Larson and Kipp, Senators Bridges and Woodward, concerning the alignment of the state income tax deduction for contributions to a 529 account with the changes in the federal setting every community up for Retirement Enhancement Act of 2019 that allows tax-free distributions for eligible apprenticeship programs. House Bill 1320, Representatives Kipp and Larson, Senators Zenzinger and Woodward, concerning the Achieving a Better Life Experience Able Savings Program for individuals with disabilities and in connection therewith modifying who may create and control an ABLE program account, preventing the state from filing certain claims against an ABLE program account upon the death of the designated beneficiary, and allowing contributions to an ABLE program account that are withdrawn for qualified disability expenses to be deducted from a taxpayer's favorable taxable income for purposes of determining the taxpayer's state taxable income and making an appropriation. House Bill 1382, Representative McCluskey and Catlin, Senator Donovan, concerning the designation and promotion of dark sky locations in Colorado. House Bill 1398 by Representatives Byrd and Holtorf, Senators Colker and Lister, concerning the designation of registered agents by insurance companies for the purpose of receiving service of process and in connection therewith requiring the Commissioner of Insurance to maintain a list of such registered agents and describing circumstances when service of process may be made on the Commissioner rather than on an insurance company's registered agent.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1010 will be removed from the consent calendar and added to the bottom of a forthcoming motion on special orders second reading. With that, Mr. Chair, I move for the passage of the remaining bills on the consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1403, Senate Bill 172, and the associated Health and Human Services and Appropriations Committee reports, House Bill 1052 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1091, House Bill 1120, House Bill 1146, House Bill 1260, House Bill 1284 and the associated Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1310, House Bill 1320, House Bill 1382, and House Bill 1398.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Motion for the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special order second reading of the bill's consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? The motion for the body is the adoption of all the bills in the special order second reading of the bill's consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order, and the jacket rule is relaxed. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills in consideration. Would the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills. Being the second reading thereof, it makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 172 is amended, passed on second reading in order to engross and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1403, 1052 is amended, 1091, 1120, 1146, 1260, 1284 is amended, 1310, 1320, 1382, 1398 passed on second reading in order to revise and place on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1010 removed from the special order second reading of bill's consent calendar, placed at the end of the special order second reading of bill's calendar for 5/3/2022.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 172 is amended, passed on second reading in order, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1403, 1052 is amended, 1091, 1120, 1146, 1260, 1284 as amended, 1310, 1320, 1382, 1398 passed on second reading in order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1010 removed from the special order second reading of bill's consent calendar and placed at the end of the special order second reading of bill's calendar for May 3rd, 2022. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 224, Senate Bill 179, Senate Bill 234, House Bill 1354, House Bill 1399, House Bill 1014, House Bill 1042, House Bill 1056, House Bill 1215, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1235, House Bill 1267, House Bill 1278, House Bill 1289, House Bill 1290, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1318, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1349, House Bill 1352, House Bill 1359, House Bill 1159, and House Bill 1010 on special orders at the hour of 11:31 a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up all of the bills that are listed on the special orders second reading of bills calendar.
His reading didn't match the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. 179, 238. Oh, I think I said 234. It's supposed to be 238.
It just says 1010 at some point, which doesn't exist.
That was the one that was on laid over from special.
And it also wasn't the full list, I don't think.
Yep. Yep.
Just me both.
Yep.
And then are we just going to work on this to a certain time and then adjourn?
Yep.
11:59 and
I think we're going to ask members to not talk too long.
So you can do
Well,
and then they'll balance it out.
just move your girl.
As I was saying, the motion is that the Senate take up all of the bills on the special orders second reading of bills calendar on special orders at the hour of 11:31 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 11:31 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve its subject to the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Coleman will take the chair.
Oh, there it is.
Brother.
I'm sorry.
Committee will come to order, and the Colt rule is relaxed for everybody up in here. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 224?
Senate Bill 224, Senators Fenberg and Gardner, Representative Tipper, concerning the creation of the Donor-Conceived Persons and Families of Donor-Conceived Persons Protection Act.
What reports is this? Do we have any report? There's a report on this, right?
Yes, SVMA and Appropriations.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 224 along with the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the SVMA Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee, we adopted a couple of amendments. They're relatively minor and largely technical in nature.
Motion is the adoption of the SVMA Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The SVMA Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee did what they do and appropriated funding for the bill.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 224 is a bill that's been a long time in the making. It's been something I've been working on all session and worked with folks from all aspects of, I guess you could call it the industry or the larger community when it comes to fertility issues in those who use third-party gametes to be able to start a family. This is an incredibly important issue for those who use those resources. It's also an incredibly important issue for the children that result from those opportunities. And this is a bill that begins to regulate the industry in a way that's appropriate, in a way that protects the well-being and interests of donor-conceived people, but also doing it in a way that hopefully strikes the right balance so we don't limit options for families when they are trying to start a family. And it's an incredibly important issue. Happy to answer questions and have a discussion, but if this has been out there for a little while, and I think folks have heard about it and discussed it, so I will leave it there. And we do have a couple of amendments, but for now I'll pass it off to my co-prime.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I want to thank the President for asking me to be a co-prime on this bill, and actually for the large amount of work that primarily he has done. My interest in this issue arose because of the large number of issues with respect to fertility clinics that have happened around the country and over on the Western Slope. It turns out that this is an industry that has very little actual regulation. And I think for many, many years there was a thinking that that was just fine. And then mass genetic testing by everyone sending their swab into 23andMe, Ancestry, and all of the others revealed that there had been a great deal of abuse in this area. We are getting a handle on it. This bill is part of that. It is not particularly far-reaching in regulation. It is a minimal amount of regulation, both to respect those who are adults that are donor conceived, as well as to limit the numbers of donations from a single donor. This is important because in a place like Grand Junction and servicing the Western Slope, we found that when there was fertility clinic fraud, people were going to high school with a half-sibling that they didn't even know was a half-sibling. The potential there is phenomenal. This bill actually earned mention of the President and I in the same sentence in a favorable way by John Caldera in a Gazette editorial. So that really is indicative of the fact that this is not a partisan bill in any way. This is a bill that we as a General Assembly need to take a look at and protect the citizens of Colorado and ensure their rights are protected. And again, I thank the President and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? The motion is the adoption. There's an amendment at the desk.
Amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please read L4?
Amendment L4 by
President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L4.
To the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that actually does what we thought we did in committee already, which just removes assisted reproduction technology and replaces it with the words assisted reproduction.
Motion is the adoption of L4. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L4 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L?
Amendment L005.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L5.
To the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to make sure folks know this is a very long amendment. It is 11 pages. So if folks need to take some time to read it over, I'm okay with that, and we can do a few other bills in the meantime, but I just want to have full disclosure, this is a long amendment. It is largely technical, although there are a couple of substantive changes. It adds a sentence to the legislative declaration to sort of justify why there's a family limit in the bill, but mostly what it does is it slightly changes the definitions. So we had a catch-all definition for a gamete bank, matching agency, IVF clinic, et cetera, as one definition. We broke it out because folks wanted more clarity on which requirements and pieces would actually be the responsibility of which party along the chain of events that happen in some of these procedures. So that is why it is such a long amendment, because that definition change meant it had to be changed on sometimes 3 or 4 times on one page in the bill, and so that resulted in a very long amendment. There are a few other things, though, that this amendment does do, largely clarifying and largely upon request from either gamete banks or IVF facilities, et cetera. And what it does is the introduced bill had a family limit of 10 families. This bill, this amendment increases that to 25 families. I still think that is a very large number, but it is more in line with current industry practice. And I still think it is a step forward to codify that practice and require tracking so that we actually know these gamete banks are meeting the standards they say they already are meeting. There are a few other changes like that, but there is nothing substantial that would increase regulation. If anything, it provides more flexibility and clarity for the industry and folks that use these services. It also decreases the fines and the fees that can be applied to these industries as well. So urge and I vote on L5.
Motion is adoption. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Well, just for the record, the president is a far more flexible and amenable person than I, because I think 25 is way too high, but it is what it takes sometimes to get these things done. And fines and penalties, that too is something that I think the president has shown a great deal of reasonableness on. So contrary to my other experiences on other things, and I jest, this is a very reasonable amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is adoption of L5. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L5 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of 224. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 224 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 179?
Senate Bill 179, Senators Janal and Liston, Representative Lundin, concerning measures to address tampering with the motor vehicles emission control system.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 179, the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Judiciary Committee report, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Judiciary Report allows funds in the Auto Theft Prevention Program to stay with the grant program if awarded or designated for a particular use to avoid uncertainty in the grant program. It also adds clarity on how penalties are dispersed to CDPHE starting in 2025. It further clarifies that dismantling a motor vehicle for repair or replacement purposes is an allowable activity and recognizes the language surrounding the repair exception. That was requested by auto recyclers. Self-reporting clarifications is another aspect of the Judiciary Report. It added language that says if the motorist doesn't return to compliance within 12 months, the department may deny the vehicle emissions testing for registration until the vehicle is found to be compliant. That ensures CDPHE can require a repair to be made once determined to be in violation of these requirements. I ask for your aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Report basically moved the date of to have the process by CDPHE in place from March 2023 to January 2025. So there's a self-reporting allowance in the bill. This is a very novel approach for the department, and they need time to plan and develop this process. Permissive changes provide more flexibility for this agency to approach this new program, and this provides the tools needed to stop emissions tampering without handcuffing the agency. With this bill, with this amendment, L004, and I hope I moved L004, if I had to.
We're on the Appropriations Committee
Thank you. With this bill, that brings the Appropriations Report down to 0. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There's a member of the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005 by Senator Janal.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L005.
To L005, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L005 is changing basically a shall to a may. It is for CDPHE to establish rules. The Commission may determine by rule the form, the manner, and the substance, the subject of the information. I ask for an aye vote.
Motion is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L005 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Liston.
Bill? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, what Senate Bill 179 does, it allows the Air Pollution Control Division in the Department of Public Health and Environment to impose civil penalties on individuals who deactivate, dismantle, alter, modify, or remove components of a vehicle's emissions control system. Specifically, we're talking like catalytic converters. Individuals who sell or offer for sale parts or components that are intended to interfere with the proper functioning of an emissions control system, and individuals who sell or lease a motor vehicle with an emissions control system that has been tampered with. We know that many of the individuals engaged in car theft and other auto-related crimes are repeat offenders. The Metropolitan Auto Task Force believes the number is as high as 97%. This bill would make it easier to impose civil penalties on people who have been repeatedly found guilty of tampering with emission systems. Finally, the bill would allow for persons who holding motor vehicle dealer's licenses and other similar licenses to lose such a license if they are found to be dealing in motor vehicles whose emissions control systems have been tampered with. And with that, we ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 179.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. An unintended consequences question for the sponsors, and I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding how this would happen. As I'm reading the bill, it prohibits a person from selling, leasing, renting a motor vehicle with an emission control system that's been tampered with unless the vehicle is sold wholesale and the owner has applicable ownership documents. So can a vehicle get sold downstream that's been tampered with, somebody buy that unknowingly, and then end up in a situation where they have liability? So then that would put me in a spot. I go down to the auto dealership, or not the dealership, but the auction, and I buy a vehicle that has been tampered with. Now I become liable because it was sold into that chain under the law, under the bill legally, but now I have civil penalties that I may incur. Is that accurate?
Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from Monument. Yes, you are correct. Unknowingly buying that vehicle that has been tampered with, you are in fact responsible now, but you have a year to correct that without any penalties.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with the sponsor's response, her answer on that question. Also note that the standard of practice in auto auctions where licensed wholesale dealers are bidding on cars is that you buy as is. If the vehicle has been in a collision, if there's two different vehicles there that have been cut apart and welded back together, those industry professionals need to be on the alert to watch for such things. It is customary at an auto auction when licensed wholesale dealers are bidding on cars that you would see stickers that say as is, no warranty. There's no warranty, there's no guarantee. Those vehicles are bought and sold as is. I think it's very likely that anyone who might bid on a vehicle that is missing catalytic converters would miss that because the sound is unmistakable. It is roaring. It's like being at a drag strip. No question about that. And if there are vehicles that have been modified because the catalytic converters have been stolen, that would be fairly easy to identify for someone in the industry. Just look underneath the vehicle. If the catalytic converters are not there, if there's open piping, flexible piping, something like that, pretty easy to tell. I think where the risk might be would be if there's an unapproved catalytic converter or converters that have been installed on the vehicle, but that vehicle may still pass emissions. We don't know. That's, I think, kind of a gray area, is if it has a catalytic converter on it that is not allowed, can you document when it was put on the vehicle? Because if the vehicle came from another state into Colorado with that catalytic converter, I would think that it would probably be considered legal, but it wouldn't be legal to put that catalytic converter on after theft. So does this bill complicate those issues? I think not. I think the complication of these issues is caused by the people who are stealing catalytic converters. And I want to thank the bill sponsors for bringing this bill. It is not perfect. I know some outside the building are opposed, but I will be a yes. As I've shared here before, my family has been affected by this. It was about 9 weeks and $5,000 out of pocket. Well, let me retract that, $5,000 insurance claim, with some of that being out of pocket. This is not a small issue. This is a chronic problem in our state. And I appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this bill, because it is a step, I think, in the right direction. And another appeal, request from the Mike Governor, if you could do anything more through executive order to help people who are suffering as victims of catalytic converter theft. In many cases, those people cannot get their vehicles repaired because the catalytic converters that we require here in this state do not exist. There are none available. The demand has far outstripped supply, and people are waiting months and months in order to pay someone or have an insurance claim to get their vehicle operational and legal to drive on the streets of Colorado. We've got to do what we can to help those people, and if it means giving them a temporary reprieve from emission standards in this state, we ought to do that. That's not what this bill does, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to wander a bit afield, but I will be an enthusiastic yes on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 179. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 179 is adopted. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 238?
Senate Bill 238, Senators Hansen and Rankin, Representatives Weisman and Neville, concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years, and in connection therewith reducing the assessment rates for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property, and the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential real property and commercial property for 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property to set an amount for 2024, reducing the assessment rates for all residential real property other than multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the property tax administrator to cumulatively with other provisions of the bill reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reducing the assessment rates for real and personal property that is classified as agricultural renewable energy production property for 2024, and requiring the state to reimburse local governments excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in their property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
That's how it's done, Ms. Cole. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and a big thank you to Ms. Cole for maybe the new record holder on length of title, just the title, folks, for Senate Bill 238. I move Senate Bill 238 and the Appropriations Committee report on second reading.
Do the Appropriations Committee report. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much. Members, in Appropriations, we made one L amendment that was really focused on making sure we had the clear delineation between county assessors and county treasurers, making sure we got that language right so that we could implement the bill as drafted. And so I urge your acceptance of the Appropriations Committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, we have had less time than we do on many other bills to take a close look at this. I know we've had a chance for many discussions already, but what I thought I would do is just in some opening remarks just lay out the two main pieces of the bill that will set us up for this important discussion. Property tax relief is, of course, top of mind for all of us at the Capitol because we are seeing in the marketplace very high appreciation of home values. There are many factors driving that. Happy to dive into that with folks that would like on the macro and microeconomic side of what's driving some of those big changes in the housing market. But for now, let's just go with that assumption because we're all seeing it in the property prices in our home districts. And so we're proposing today with Senate Bill 238 major property tax relief package. This is $700 million on aggregate. It's front-end loaded to quickly respond to the situation that we're in, meaning $500 million of it would be delivered to taxpayers in the 2023 tax year, and then the remaining $200 in the 2024 tax year. Two main components to how we deliver that relief. The first is on the non-residential side, where we're changing the assessment rates from 29 down to 27.9. This is the first significant commercial change on the property tax side in many decades. As everyone will recall, the Gallagher Amendment that was in place since the early 80s really made it very hard to adjust to economic conditions, which is probably a cautionary tale for putting these types of formulas into the Constitution. The voters of Colorado corrected that error, and now we are in a much different place, and we can adjust as economic conditions warrant. That's what we're doing with with this Senate Bill 238. The other important aspect is that we are not adding to the taxable value for commercial properties the first $30,000. And so that is a really important thing for small business. That means there's disproportionate relief, extra relief for small businesses. And for example, if you have a business where the value is less than $500,000, you will see no increase in your property tax. That's how important that provision in this bill is. So a big help, a big support for small business across the state, which of course is the engine of our economy and driving employment growth. The second part of the bill is on the residential side, our second category in property tax. Here we're taking the residential assessment rate from 6.95, as it is in current law, down to 6.765. So there you go, 3 decimal places of the percent change. And that's going to deliver by itself about $125 million in relief. And then add on top of that another very important piece of the bill, which is reducing the taxable value for residential properties by $15,000. So there you go, the two categories with two mechanisms in each category, delivering about $500 million of property tax relief in the 2023 tax year. The median homeowner will save more than $250. The median price of a home in Colorado right now is roughly $500,000 for your reference. And that same median homeowner is going to see a 43% change in their property tax of what it would have been if we don't pass this bill. So significant savings for both of those categories. The final thing I want to lay out as we open discussion on this bill is how we are handling the backfill mechanism, which of course is a really important part of this package. Obviously, we don't want to take a step backward on K-12 funding. We want to stay on track to eliminate, I stress eliminate, the budget stabilization factor in the next fiscal year. We can only do that if we have adequate backfill in this package. And I want to assure you that we do. And we will be replacing all of the K-12 funding change that this bill delivers for the taxpayer, so there's no reduction for K-12 across the state. In addition, we have mechanisms in place for backfilling local property tax changes for things like special districts, fire, water, library districts, etc., that many of us have in our districts. We'll replace all of the revenue, 100% change, in the smaller counties, meaning under 300,000 in population, and where the assessed value has increased by less than 10%. That's category number 1. They get 100% backfill. For the smaller counties, under 300,000 population, where you've seen high growth, which is particularly poignant in the resort communities in the mountains, they will get a 90% backfill. 90%. And for counties like the one I represent in Denver, where you have large population, above 300,000, and high rates of appreciation, above 10%, they will get a 65% backfill. So those are the mechanisms that we put into the bill to make sure that we have relief delivered, but also to make sure we don't impinge on education or other important local services. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend, my colleague, my co-sponsor on this bill, the good senator from Carbondale. Please take it away.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, good senator from Denver. We've worked very hard on this bill. There's a lot of detail in this bill, so I won't go back through that. I just want to make a few comments about the bill and where it comes from. I wish this bill weren't necessary. I really do. I do not want us to have this debate every year. But when we repealed Gallagher a couple years ago, we left a big gap. You know, that interim committee, which I served on along with a couple of you, we actually proposed a statute solution to property taxes, or to the treatment of property taxes, and the decision was made to do a clean repeal. That left a glaring hole. So there are two reasons we ought to do this bill. One of them is the threat, and perhaps this replaces it, perhaps, of an outside ballot measure that would be devastating for school finance and local budgets. The second reason is we really ought to do something to help people with these property taxes. I mean, it's our responsibility to try to work for our citizens to reduce the burden of taxation. But this bill does some unique things that let me just talk about a little bit. First of all, it protects our plan to get rid of the negative factor for K-12 funding. That's really big. The second thing it does is the reimbursement policy takes into account something that I have been quite worried about on any statewide assessment, and that is that it reimburses counties and special districts on a tiered basis. In other words, those who have the smallest gain in residential property taxes will get the most reimbursement. So it's important for folks who represent a lot of counties and different financial structures, like I do, to really understand that you know, we are making county laws. So far, we don't know a single county that doesn't come out ahead with if you take the increased property tax value and then subtract the property tax relief that to the citizens, the counties come out ahead. So they're going to be scrambling. They're going to be saying, does this meet the increasing needs for government services? And that's appropriate. This is a pretty good approach to starting that. But here's the real problem with this thing. I don't believe property taxes should be a state-level responsibility. Every county, every special district, with a stroke of the pen, can reduce their property taxes. It ought to be their responsibility. We should not be doing this. There are thousands of special districts, fire districts, counties. Every one of them have a different budget and a different approach to their business. They ought to be reducing property taxes in a situation like this where they're going up fast. They should look at their budget and their real needs and justify to their own citizens what they need in reducing their property taxes locally. This is a local issue. Property taxes do not affect the state budget except for school finance. There's no reason that we should be doing this because it really doesn't work. You can't, that's what Gallagher was all about. That's why we repealed Gallagher, because it took a meat axe and said, you will have this assessment rate. I had fire departments selling fire trucks before we repealed Gallagher. That's what this is all about. This is about the state doing something it shouldn't be doing in the first place. So Colorado counties come in and say, oh, we weren't involved, but we have a letter. Well, a lot of people were not involved. I could complain about that myself, but I am now. And, you know, the counties ought to take on this responsibility. The county commissioners, every fire district, they set their own budget. There is no reason we should be doing a bill like this, but we have to. We must. You know, the situation demands that we do this bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out, having been a county commissioner for 20 years, we did take on this responsibility, and we did reduce not our property tax and not the assessment ratio, but we did reduce the mill levy by 7 mills. So our county did take on this. But what I think is truly outrageous to me is that not only did counties not have the opportunity to really understand what was going on in this bill, neither did special districts, and neither did municipalities, and quite frankly, neither did the legislature. This bill was just dropped. Now, I'm not opposed to trying to figure out how to reduce the property tax assessments. That part we can support. I don't have an issue with that. I'm not sure why, though, as a state legislature, we think we should be getting in the middle of what's going on with regard to property tax revenues that counties, municipalities, and special districts rely on to provide services that their citizens wish to have. Because a lot of times, as we all know, especially after Tabor, there are votes that take place for these local governments to increase their mill levy, to increase their property tax revenue, to provide the level of service that their constituents want. So I'm not going to sit here and argue that we shouldn't be trying to drop the assessment ratio. Great. What I am going to argue, though, is the unfairness of the way that we are backfilling, and that maybe we need to have a better discussion and not just try to ram it through in a few minutes when it's lunchtime, as far as what the impact is to all of our local governments in this state. Now, if you are in and this is my understanding, and I'm reading from the fiscal note, because this isn't just impacting counties. The fiscal note states for local governments in counties. So I'm assuming, and if I'm incorrect, I would like the sponsors to let me know, but I'm assuming local governments mean that for those local governments, so for those municipalities that are in counties with a population of over 300,000, so I'm just going to keep using Weld County because it's where I know, they are only going to get a 65% of the revenue backfill. Is that correct? %65%, is that correct? Okay, but that would be for all local governments.
For the counties. I'll come back up to the mic.
Okay, okay. Can you answer that question for me, please?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And if I understood the question correctly, I think it was about the backfill mechanism and how that's being structured for counties with large population.
For the local governments in those counties.
Members, if there's a question, I ask that you please ask the question on the mic, just to make sure everybody can hear the dialogue that's maybe not here in the chamber. Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right, I believe I do have an understanding of the question. So in my opening remarks, I went through the 3 categories of backfill that we've structured in the bill. And the one that applies to counties with large population, meaning over 300,000, those are 9 counties. I'm sure we all can name those 9 counties. And counties that are in that category that have had very large increases in assessed value, so over 10% in the latest period. They will be receiving, all the local governments, all the districts, special districts, the county level, they will be reimbursed at a 65% level. So that applies to all of the entities within that county jurisdiction as defined in the bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the good senator from Denver for answering my question. I appreciate it. So it applies to all of the entities that are within that county. So again, I'm going to use Weld County as an example, because there are 31 municipalities, or 32, either wholly or partially within Weld County. There are 22 school districts, no, there are 22 fire districts, and there are 16 school districts that are within Weld County. Now, all of those municipalities are not large. Most of them, in fact, are small. Yes, the population of Greeley is like 130,000 or something of that nature, somewhere close to that. But we have municipalities that are less than 1,000 in population in Weld County that aren't seeing an increase in their property tax revenues, or an increase in their assessment ratios, or an increase in their assessments, or their appraised values within their municipalities. For example, and I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I'm just going to tell you, for example, Gilchrist. The little town of Gilchrist is less than 1,000 in population, but because they're in a county and they're a poor community, And I didn't have time to go look at the numbers because I just saw this, and this is just coming through now. And this bill just got introduced. But the little small town of Gilchrist, which is in the good senator from Greeley's district, 1,000 people or so in population, poor community, but because they're in a county that is over 300,000 in population, they will only get backfilled 65%. And what about the small water and sanitation districts that are within Weld County, which there are numerous small water and sanitation, municipal water and sanitation districts? They will only get backfilled at 65%. But if you're in the city and county of Broomfield, whose population is clearly less than 300,000, right along the Front Range, who, again, I don't have the exact numbers, but they are not a poor community by any means, they will get backfilled at 90%. So the fire districts that is in the Platteville, Gilchrist community, just going to keep picking on that area, or even the Hudson Fire District, that are located in Weld County, are not in wealthy areas. Their assessed values may have gone up, they may have not, they may be over 10%, they may be less than 10%, which is the threshold for the other counties that are either that are less than 300,000 in population. But because these fire districts are in Weld County with a population of over 300,000, they will only get backfilled at 65%. When right across the county line from them, Morgan County, they're going to get backfilled at either 90 or 100%. That just doesn't really seem fair. Now, if we're going to backfill, let's backfill. And I know, I can hear some of the little discussion going on here that it would be difficult to do that for some of these communities, local governments within the counties. But where is the fairness here? And where is the discussion about why is it fair that the small community of Gilchrist, or Loch Bowie, or Keensburg, or Pawnee, or New Raymer, or Grover, trying to think where else, or probably Milliken, or Fort Lupton, or portions of Brighton, why aren't they getting at least reimbursed the same amount as other communities of like size and wealth, according to property values, as those in their neighboring counties of Morgan County? Or, for goodness sakes, how about their neighboring county of Broomfield? Or any of their counties that are, any of the other municipalities that are similar to them. Instead, they're getting essentially penalized because they're in a county with a population of 300,000. I just don't think that's fair. And I think that's the problem with when we try to push through bills at the very end of session. Bills of this magnitude. We will have special districts, fire districts, water and sanitation districts that will only receive a backfill, that are not poor, that are not wealthy districts, that will only receive a backfill of 65%. Because we're trying to fix a problem we created by repealing Gallagher, or putting that on the ballot to repeal Gallagher, and it created a problem with the school finance and our public school finance mill levy, because we're trying to get at that. So now we're going to go after these small municipalities, these smaller fire districts, or these fire districts and municipalities that are not in a wealthy situation with their property tax revenues. And they're not going to get backfilled. I just don't understand the fairness of that. And really, I would ask that we have some time to actually dig into this bill and have some conversations about maybe how we can fix that. I would love more than nothing to stand up here and say we should backfill every local government if we're going to do this and essentially try to fix our problem with not wanting to fund school districts at the level that we're required to fund school districts at this point. But I'm not asking for that. I am asking for how are we fair to those, how can we be fair, and how can we make changes so that we can be fair to those truly small communities fire districts and other special districts that are not wealthy from their property tax revenues, that need their property tax revenues to just provide basic services. I mean, I'm talking about a community and communities that they don't hire city attorneys because they can't afford it. They have to figure out how to do their law enforcement with maybe a neighboring community that might be 12 to 15 miles away because they can't afford them. And now we're going to cut their revenues because we're trying to fix a problem we have and create them an additional problem. So I mean, I would really hope that maybe we could lay this bill over and have some more discussion about it, or at least do something where we have more discussion about how we fix this problem. And it's not just about, again, it's not about, I'm not talking about Weld County. It's a wealthy county. They can probably ride through this storm, even though I don't think it's our job to go in and cut their property tax revenues to fix our problem. And I don't think it's right that we stand up here and we talk about county commissioners not doing their job and reducing their property taxes. That's their job. I agree. But it's their job to be in tune with their citizens and to have an understanding of how many taxes, what kind of taxes their citizens are willing to vote for, are willing to accept to receive the services that their citizens want. That's their job. So I just want to know how we're going to fix this problem. Thank you.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't heard a thing from the good senator from Weld County that I don't agree with, actually. I do think it is impossible for statewide assessment rates to pay attention to the small towns and the fire districts. That's why we should not be doing this bill or having this discussion every year. So, and apologize to the good commissioners and ex-commissioners of Weld County who in fact did tackle this problem. But that's rare. It's rare in the state for special districts or counties to have actually taken care of their citizens in this variation of taxes. So both of those things are true, and you know, certainly Weld County should be the example. So, but Weld County does pretty well in this, and so Weld County's assessment rate should take care of all those special districts.
Senator Lundeen. Oh, Senator Hansen.
This is such an important discussion. You know, I would be, and I think I speak for my co-sponsor in this, very willing to consider an amendment that would help fix this at the county level. I hear what you're saying, right? Each county has variation within it. You know, we could write a bill with 4,000 different categories, I suppose. But I'd rather leave that to local control. I'd rather leave that to the Weld County commissioners who are about to experience a 15% increase in their property tax revenue. $150 million of increased revenue. Now, no doubt, the cost of delivering services in Weld County and every other county is going up. But if county-level commissioners want to make an adjustment for some of the communities that the good senator mentioned, totally fine. And in fact, we could do an amendment on the bill that would force them to do so. I'm guessing that would violate some principle of local control, though. Just guessing. Just a guess. But let's really put this in perspective, colleagues. These counties where we have the 65% backfill mechanism are about ready to see significant increases in revenue, and they've got more than enough resource if they want to spread that out differently. I don't think that those complaints are valid. I think this can be handled at the county level.
Senator Krugmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let me just give us all a lesson in how property taxes work in the county and for local governments. Because first of all, county commissioners have no control. We do not vote, they do not vote, they do not determine what the taxes are, what the tax revenues are, what the mill levies are in any other local government. The only thing that counties are responsible to do through the assessor which is an independent elected official. The assessor goes out and does the assessments of the properties, and they make the determination on what the assessed values are. Thank you. And then there's the treasurer, who goes out and collects the taxes and then has to distribute them to the, I don't know, in Weld County it's like 235 taxing districts. It might even be more than that. The trustee doesn't really have that big a role in this. Thank you, though, for bringing up the trustee. But then there's the treasurer, whose responsibility is to distribute the funds. They are not the county's tax revenues. They are not the county's taxes. And just because, so we have an understanding on assessed values and how it works, and wealth, just because Weld County has a 15% increase doesn't mean that Gilchrist will have a 15% increase. That the 32 municipalities that are wholly or partially in Weld County doesn't mean they're having a 15% increase. It doesn't mean the city of Evans or even the city of Greeley has a 15% increase. Because if your assessed value is based on residential only, or maybe if we're in the wrong year, the bad year for agriculture, and your assessed value is determined on that, or maybe you have no other industry in your local government other than residential type development, or you're very low on industry, your assessed value could be very, very low. Or I don't know, if the General Assembly decides to pass a bill that runs oil and gas out of the state and out of your county, maybe your fire district's assessed value just dropped by 30 or 40%. Or maybe the school districts did. But we're going to fix the school district because that's our problem. But county commissioners do not have any control over the other local governments within their county as far as what they choose to do with regard to their mill levies, either increasing them or decreasing them. We don't have any control over that. County commissioners do not have any control over assessment ratios. It's not their job either. They just go through, county assessors do, go through and apply it and figure out what the taxes are on an individual property. And I just want to point out to you that just because there are 350,000 people who live in Weld County doesn't mean that every single one of them are wealthy in their property. It doesn't mean that. You can live in a county whose assessed values go up by 15%, yet the assessed value on your home, your residential, your property, your business may have gone down. On your farm, it may have gone down. It doesn't mean that you're wealthy individually just because your county has an assessment ratio or assessed value that goes up by 15%. And I stated up here, was not concerned necessarily with Weld County. They're very frugal, they're very fiscally sound in their management, they will work their way through this. I'm concerned about municipalities like Fort Lupton, like Gilchrist, like Platteville, like LaSalle, like Evans, like Garden City, like Greeley, like New Raymer, like Grover, like Hudson, like Keensburg, like Loch Bowie. Even Windsor, Severance, Tacoma, Frederick, Firestone, Erie, and all of the fire districts who came in here a couple of years ago and spoke to this General Assembly. They're the ones who asked you to basically get rid of Gallagher because it was impacting their property tax revenues to the point they couldn't provide the service they felt that their citizens wanted, and they wanted to get rid of it because of the ratcheting down effect. So here we are today, a small community like Keensburg, less than 800 people. They've got maybe one restaurant that's open and one other business. They are not a wealthy community. they're in Will County, they will get a 65% share backfill, whatever we're calling it. And if you just go over to the east to Wiggins, because they're in Morgan County, they're going to get either 90 or 100%. This bill deserves more discussion and it deserves more fairness. If you want to go after large wealthy counties, go after large wealthy counties. Don't go after the small communities, fire districts, and other special districts that are in those counties just to fix our problem with the School Finance Act and funding of schools. So I would ask that we have some serious discussion, take some time to figure out how we can not penalize a community, a small, not wealthy community in these counties. Because you know what? There are communities in Arapahoe County, there are communities, fire districts, special districts in Jefferson County, they're in Larimer County, they are in Adams, Arapahoe, they're even in Boulder County. And they're going to get penalized because they're in a county that's over 300,000 in population. That's not fair. That is not fair. And at this point, I'm opposed to this bill until we figure out how to be fair.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this bill. It is part of a continuing conversation that we have had and will continue to have around taxation. To the bill specifically, kind of have four different areas of question, and then I've got a few context-setting comments, some prepared remarks that I would like to share as well. The four questions specifically to the bill are its temporary nature. I mean, it's a 2-year window, which is meaningful, and we can always look into the future and perhaps extend or change or modify or whatever. But as I'll walk through in detail later, we're in this place where property taxes are moving up wildly, dramatically, anticipated to more than double over the next 5 years or so. And so a 2-year approach to that is only partial in nature, and a stipulation to the acknowledgement of that from the sponsors would be helpful in the ongoing discussion of the fact that we need to do more. The second question is, as you heard a fair amount about just now, the unequal application. Now there's 3 different categories. There's an attempt to get at some degree of equality or equity as opposed to equality. And I would wonder if the thumb on the scale is appropriate in these different categories. 100% for revenues where there's a less than 10% increase in smaller jurisdictions for 22 and 23, 90% of revenue lost in those same size jurisdictions where they have an increase of more than 10% and 65% kind of the catch-all for everybody else. Then another significant concern for me is what I would describe as a potential violation or intrusion into abuse would be maybe too strong of a word, but maybe more specific to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and the way that we're taking what would have been taxpayer refund money, $240 million of money that would have been going back to the people as individuals, and we're giving it instead to local municipalities. I don't know that that is appropriate, and that I would describe that as an abuse of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And then finally, I would ask, and this is with regard to this bill, but also beyond that, and opens up the door for the broader comments I intend to make, is would there be an appetite among the bill sponsors or others perhaps over time to do something about smoothing our assessment rates, smoothing our assessment process, where we've had this significant hockey stick up in residential or in property values broadly, not only residential but commercial, ag, and all other sorts of property. It's moved up so quickly. If smoothing that out wouldn't make more sense, and specifically we find ourselves in a circumstance where the Q1 print on the national economy showed the first half of the definition of a recession. Well, when you get the first half of a definition of recession, it's possible that the second half, and therefore the actual validation that we are in recession, is probably following behind. So that recession then presages perhaps a drop in property values, and people will be confronted with paying taxes based on the high values before this fall off in the economy. So people will find themselves potentially in more economically challenged times paying for when the times were good. And maybe we should do something about smoothing out, maybe a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year moving average kind of conversation. So to the core question, this is a question about property taxes. My question would be, should we, and I don't suppose today would be the day to begin a seminar on a broad rewrite of how we choose to tax ourselves in the state of Colorado, but why not at least drive a stake in the ground for a conversation that's a broad conversation around some bigger principles with regard to how we choose to tax ourselves and perhaps the most effective ways to do that. And the way I'm going to raise that issue is by simply saying one of the criteria, one of the categories of taxation that we use is property tax. It's essentially a tax on wealth, and it's a paper gain sort of tax. Your taxes go up whether you have more disposable income with which to pay those taxes or not. And that is a significant challenge for many people, especially our people who begin to live on fixed incomes. You think about the retirees in our communities. They have a fairly consistent income, and they get, if they have Social Security or a pension that happens to have some sort of a cost of living inflation adjustment associated with that, they get a small move up, but it isn't necessarily perfectly correlated with the raise in the taxes that would be owed by them on property. So taxes on property are effectively wealth taxes. They impose a liability on taxpayers based on that individual's unrealized gains, or what I just called paper gains, versus an income tax, for example, which bases liability on what the taxpayer actually earns. Now, I would pause right there and say, in this beginning of a potential seminar around taxes and how we choose to tax ourselves, when you tax wealth or when you tax income, you are essentially putting a drag, you're creating friction on economic activity. And we would be better off, perhaps, to put a tax on consumption. When a very wealthy person buys a yacht, then that should be, in my opinion, a much more taxable event. They are choosing to use the wealth they have created for consumption. And so a consumption tax would be more appropriate economically. Meanwhile, somebody who has a limited income and is trying to piece together enough deployable capital perhaps to get into a small business and create greater wealth for themselves and their family and the folks who might join them in partnership or in employment, that money that they're making in income should not be taken away from them in the form of tax. It should be left with them as they don't consume, but they invest. And as they invest, they create for themselves and for all of us more vibrancy within the economy. So, wealth tax in the nature of a property tax, income tax in the nature of something that creates a strain, a friction, a restriction on the growth of wealth, or consumption tax. Now, the most common sort of consumption tax that we all know about or deal with would be a sales tax, and that's a very simple sort of sales tax. You get into the questions around, well, low-income people use more of that sales or use more of the things they buy in a consumption-oriented way for basic survival. We could offer up perhaps a prebate, say that the first $60,000 of anyone's expenses is free from tax, and we refund to them whatever the sales tax might have been or what would accumulate to be on that sort of thing. So I'm trying to see if there's an appetite for a broader look. And the reason I'm doing that is we are in, right now, the last few days of a session, trying to move through a very big bill that all of the figures in this are in the hundreds of millions. We're not talking about anything less than hundreds of millions of dollars. And the precursor to the entire conversation is we need to tweak, we need to adjust, we need to fix. Well, why? Because we've always done it that way. The question I'm asking is this the best way to do this, period? Just because we've always taxed wealth in the form of property, is it the right way to do it? Just because that's how we fund largely our schools, is that the right way to do it? The question becomes, should we look at a broader array of changes? And this is a huge, gigantic, monumental conversation, but when you've got the attention of everybody on a really important bill, which I generally am supportive of, frankly, even though I don't think it goes far enough, even though I think it offends Tabor, I think that there are really important elements in this. But so when you've got everybody's attention, it becomes, in my mind, a great time to say, hey, how about we stop just tweaking because we've always done it that way and back up and say, instead of we've always done it that way, is there a better way? Something that would generate greater virtuous cycles, greater freedom for individuals. And that is, in fact, what I would do, or would call for. So let's look into the meaning, what actually happens through this particular bill. And I do want to stipulate, this is one of those moments where you kind of need parallel paths. You have to keep working with what you have. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, at least not today, because that would be a tragedy to lose that baby, even though the bathwater's dirty. But a parallel path could say, while we do this, let's look for an off-ramp to create different ways that would be more beneficial in the long run. So we can't throw out the property tax and this revision of an effort to change how we do that, but I would ask that we really back up and have a bigger conversation around, more broadly around taxation. So the 1960 median home price, and this gets at some of the challenges the bill tries to address and some of the challenges that will remain even with the bill should it pass, should it move forward and become signed and become the law. In 1960, the median home price in the United States was about $178,000. I am almost old enough to remember that. I was 1 year old in 1960, so I don't really remember the median home price at 178, but I do remember things were a lot cheaper, especially in rural Nebraska. Boy, you could buy a mansion for $178,000 in rural Nebraska in 1960. Expressed in today's dollars, while the median home price in 2021 was $375, we'll call it $1,000. So 175 to 375 over that time period. That is a significant, obviously, increase. In Colorado, we've seen an explosion in home prices that far exceeds the national average due to our state's strong economy and the large number of people that have relocated here in recent years. According to the Zillow Home Value Index, the typical Colorado home in the middle price tier of listings was $228,000 in May of 2012. So $228,000 in May of 2012. That same home today, from 2012 to today, is now $569,000. In other words, the price of a home in Colorado has more than doubled in just 10 years, while it's taken the national median home price many decades to achieve that same thing. So I guess I'm making the case this is important. We've got to do something to get relief because Colorado is unique among the states in feeling incredible pressure, more pressure than other states on this particular issue. As home prices rise, so do the property tax revenue. Now, this is where it comes into this building and gets very interesting. And given that the state has over 175,000 fewer housing units than needed to restore its historical 1986 through 2008 population to housing ratio, we are likely to see both continue to rise as housing supply lags behind demand. So that's a data point. That's one of those fun facts that you all ought to stick in your brain and carry with you. We are 175,000 housing units short of what historically we have had in terms of the ratio of roofs over people's lives to those lives of the people in Colorado. So the total assessed value of residential property is expected to increase 38% from $71 billion to $98 billion between 2021 and 2025. So over the next 4 years, we're going to go from $71 billion in assessed value and this is residential, $71 billion to $98 billion in assessed value. The total assessed value of non-residential property is expected to increase 15% from about $60 billion to about $69 billion between those same 4 years. That excludes oil and gas. It doesn't have anything to do with that. So again, here's a money slide, folks. This is one of those data points that you want to put in your brain. I mean, this is fundamental. If I could get one fact on the table and get attention to it, because it is agnostic to this particular bill, whether you like the bill, hate the bill, or like I am, like the bill kinda, and want it to do more. Total statewide property tax revenues are expected to double from about $7.3 billion to almost $14 billion between 2015 and 2025. That's excluding oil and gas. So over 10 years, we're going to see a doubling of this property tax revenue. So now that I got the bill sponsors both back up here, I want to engage them in those 4 questions. The temporary nature of this bill, are we resolved to acknowledging this ain't the solution, folks? This is just a finger in the dike in some meaningful ways. The question of the 3 tiers and the disequity of the potential, and you can argue that both ways. Some people would say, well, dang it, everybody ought to get the same thing. Doesn't matter whether you're a small county, big county, little jurisdiction, huge jurisdiction, you ought to get the same package. And other people would argue, no, you need to give more striation. You need to give everybody something that is perfectly equitable in their circumstance. I really would like to hear feedback on what I'm describing as the violation of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, taking this money that would have gone to the people and instead giving it to local jurisdictions. And then the appetite, I realize we already do that, but this does it for another $240 million of that violation. Just because, my mama always said to me, Paul, 2 wrongs don't make a right. The reality is just because we're doing it wrong now in some ways doesn't mean we ought to expand that wrong. So I appreciate the answer. I don't agree with the conclusion of that answer. And then a question back to the broader question of, and we don't have to get into the whole thing, wealth taxes versus consumption taxes, et cetera. I'd love to talk about that if there truly people want to do that. We don't have to get into that today, but I am very serious. I'm deadly serious that there are very smart people in this chamber, in this body, and in the General Assembly broadly who should take on some of these questions. Are we optimizing the way we collect revenues, or are we punishing our future by the way we collect revenues? And I think that's a good question. But the real question I want to get to now, because it intersects with this bill, is there an appetite for smoothing the assessment process? And I actually was kind of contemplating a late bill on this issue, and I'm just trying to figure out, instead of making people pay taxes in an economically challenged time, which we very well may be walking into, at a time when the prices were set, the taxes were set based on incredible economic opportunity, or whether we would choose to smooth that out over time. So I'll leave those 4 questions on the podium for my good colleagues to engage with to the extent they choose to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know the Senate has reached the just after the noon hour here. We're probably going to need some lunch soon. So let me be as succinct as I possibly can. That was my birthday. Let's quickly answer these questions. First question, yes, it's temporary. It's a 2-year bill. We did extensive work last year and this year. You'll remember 293. We looked at lots of different options. Can we come up with a formula that adjusts to the economic extremes? What do I mean by economic extremes? We're in one of them now. Very high appreciation, very high growth. It's a good problem to have, I suppose, from the beats the alternative standpoint. The other extreme, of course, is a deep recession, a depression where values are falling very quickly. How do we maintain services in that situation? It turns out to be very elusive to find like an auto-adjust formula that covers those 2 extremes. And so what we brought to you last year and again this year is a bill that responds to the current economic data. That's what we're putting forward with this bill. Are the 3 tiers fair? It's a great debate, and I think we're very happy, as we had with the previous discussion, to look at, should we add additional categories? That's a possibility. Should we have something that would have the counties make adjustments that are appropriate for the county and the jurisdictions that are underneath that umbrella? fine, great, and we'll look at amendments as they are brought forward. We think we have something, though, that kind of covers the small, medium, and large differential between the county situations. And obviously, we could do 4,000 categories for every special district and county jurisdiction if we wanted to go that far. Probably too much for this bill. On the Tabor question, this is really the exact same mechanism we use for senior homestead. So if you're saying our senior homestead situation is wrong, I would respectfully disagree. I think we have a program in place that utilizes Tabor refunds, does so very effectively, and makes sure that we have the ability to fund our schools at an appropriate level. I think that works really well, and we're essentially cutting and pasting that mechanism into this bill because it has worked so well on senior homestead. The final piece about smoothing, yes, and in fact, we've anticipated this, and we've created a deferral mechanism in last year's bill that would allow individual taxpayers to control that smoothing to the extent that they would like to. For seniors and veterans, they can defer any growth. For everybody else, you can defer anything over 4%. So we've put that into the hands of individual taxpayers to the extent that they want to smooth their property tax and can defer it for as much as 10 years. So a huge new tool that we have added to the toolkit. Finally, on what could be a very long philosophical debate on what's the right way to tax, let me just say we have sales tax, we have income tax, and we have property tax. Those are the three main categories in the state of Colorado. We have very low property taxes for residential taxpayers. 50th on the table amongst all the jurisdictions. 50th. Very low property taxes. You want to see high property taxes, go to Texas. Texas has extremely high property taxes to pay for services. So we could get into a great debate about VAT, value-added taxation, how we might adjust those added categories. I would respectfully say, given the hour, given the moment in the session, I'd be happy to take that up with you at a later date. But thank you for your questions.
Senator Lundeen.
I appreciate that and the actual responses and the spirit with which they were offered. One final observation and question. We've got this significant move up, this potential, doubling of tax revenue based on property taxes over the 10-year period. I'm using information that came out of a study that Colorado Concern released, 2015 to 2025, from $7.3 billion to $13 billion. This bill is about $700 million in relief. Is there more relief potentially available? I mean, the reality is we've got an enormous move, and we're giving up 10%. And the numbers, it's not perfectly mathematically appropriate, but we've got a $7 billion move over 10 years, and this bill in 1 year, I call out, it's only 1 year, is only $700 million, or 10% of that bigger move. Is more relief available is the broader question.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, to answer your question, it is temporary, and you raise another issue, which is dear to my heart. And are we going to have the same debate every year, or can we get smart people together and maybe work out a long-term solution that can, in fact, be responsive to these changes in the future that we don't know everything about right now? So I think we're very sympathetic to that idea that we need to have a long-term solution. So, the other thing that I remain concerned about is this issue of categories. Are those three categories enough to take care of government within government? I think about small districts out on the western slope. They're all rural, and probably property values don't go up. So I think both of those are valid questions that have come up. Given the time, we need to get out of seconds. Maybe we can entertain some unusual third reading amendment on that issue, or one or two issues. So thank you for the comments. I think it's well thought out. Clearly, we are not solving the long-term problem.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundeen.
I just want to thank again the sponsors for bringing the bill, for doing the work, for the willingness to acknowledge it's late in the session, moving fast, huge bill to be taking on in this way, and the possibility of potentially, if we can get to some things that might improve it, even bringing them on third. It gets a little challenging starting to tweak a bill of this nature in the second body, but that certainly might be a possibility as well. But I really want to say thank you. There are elements of the bill that get me to the point where even if I'm holding my nose, I'm not holding it tight, and I'm a yes on the bill. So thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 238. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 238 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar to tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th.
Motion is to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the rest of the special orders calendar will be laid over to tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Motion for the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills. Being the second reading thereof, it makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 224 is amended. Senate Bill 179 is amended. Senate Bill 238 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 234 is amended. House Bill 1354, 1399, 1014, 1042, 1056, 1215, 1220, 1235, 1267, 1278, 1289, 1290, 1304, 1318, 1325, 1349, 1352, 1359, and 1159, laid over until May 4th, 2022, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 224 is amended. Senate Bill 179 is amended. Senate Bill 238 is amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 234 is amended. House Bill 1354, House Bills 1399, 1014, 1042, 1056, 1215, 1220, 1235, 1267, 1278, 1289, 1290, 1304, 1318, 1325, 1349, 1352, 1359, and 1159, laid over until 5/4/2022 and retaining their place on the calendar. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to tomorrow, Wednesday, May 4th.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 4th. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Message from the reviser.
May 3rd, 2022, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1011 and 1411.
Message from the governor.
Monday, May 2nd, 2022, Colorado Senate. Honorable members of the Colorado Senate, pursuant to the authority vested in the office of the Governor of the State of Colorado, I have the honor to inform you that I have approved and filed with the Secretary of State the following acts. Senate Bill 10, pretrial diversion for person with behavioral health, approved on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at 3:27 p.m. Senate Bill 100, continued domestic violence fatality review board, approved on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at 2:10 p.m. Senate Bill 116, increased occupational credential portability, approved on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at 3:22 p.m. Senate Bill 139, Juneteenth new state holiday, approved on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at 4:50 p.m. Senate Bill 167, affirm greyhounds as companion pets, approved on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 at 2:10 p.m. Sincerely, Jared Polis, Governor.
Announcements. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the committees that are meeting this afternoon, State Veterans and Military Affairs, Transportation and Energy, and Judiciary, will all be starting at 3 p.m. So 3 p.m. start for committees this afternoon.
Further announcements. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 2 p.m. today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We're just going to be reading bills across the desk, and we will not be coming back this evening.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 2 p.m. today.